click to start recording, I had the urge to go to the bathroom. Of course, that will happen. But, anyways, out of that, I am going to work on some little project I have been working on for a while. I'm starting to get into the juicy stuff, which is to implement AI. So I'm going to try and speak as little as I can, because I know there's probably nobody watching, but oh shit, the music. So I'm probably just going to look like a schizophrenic lunatic speaking like this. But who knows, maybe someday when this is played by someone else, it's going to make more sense. This is really the first stream I have ever done. So let's see how it goes, I don't care. It at least works like a really good placebo to force you to get to work, to do things. And I think that is very, very good. I highly recommend to try and do something like this. It really pushes you to do things even when you don't want to. So anyways, what I have here is just a little game. My idea is to make it in a scalable way, so that translating this to 3D is easy. Everything that is going to be happening here is, I know it's 2D, but it's easy to translate to 3D. And that's the idea. I want to start with a small game, a small scope that is not impossible to do, and at the same time create like a system or a game that lives. It's like, I'm not gonna say like an engine, because this is not at all that, but just like have the assets ready to reuse in other games more easily. This is something a lot of game developers do. I have seen them do it. The first one that comes to my mind is Stardew Valley. I think the creator is making another game called Chocolatier, for chocolate. I don't know, whatever the point is. My point is, I think the best way to approach this shit is by starting small and slowly go big. Do not start big, because then it becomes too intimidating or too disappointing, that it's dangerous. It's really dangerous to start with a big project. It has to be small. And well, this is so fucking weird. Nothing that I'm using here, the assets are mine. I cannot use any of these for commercial purposes. I do not own any of these graphics. They are taken from a game called Graal Online Classic. It's a really old game I used to play as a child, and I really like it. Probably some of the people who have watched me before something will know what I'm talking about. I used to make a lot of videos for this video game. The thing is, I love the graphics for the game. I love Zelda games. This game is inspired by the game by Zelda: A Link to the Past, and I think it has these graphics that are so like colorful. I don't know how to say, like so easy for the eye, and I always had the idea of seeing this in action with a quest or something, like something with plot. The problem with that game, Growl Online Classic, is that it never had like a story or plot. It was an MMORPG, massive multiplayer role-playing game, and I think it was a really good role-playing game. You could meet people from all the world so easily. Everyone had a house. The PvP was fun. It was like this, literally, just very simple, and at the same time very fun. It was online. The community was compact, was solid and everything. The game still exists. It's for the smartphone, for the iPhone, whatever. I highly recommend it if you like games like Second Life, how stuff, social games. I always consider Growl to be like a social media, more than a game, because as a game it didn't really have like a goal. It had gameplay loop and everything, but it didn't have any quest, any story, anything like that, which is the opposite of Zelda. Zelda is completely a story driven game. That's what makes that game really good. I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but my point is, I always wanted to create a game with a story, with a plot. I don't care how small, but whatever. I think I'm halfway there. I want to show on film how I do the most juicy, difficult stuff, which is going to be the AI, the fucking designing of the levels, the game, how to make the game fun. That's the most difficult and the biggest slice of the cake here. How to make the game fun. So if this ever works, holy shit, I speak so slowly. It sounds better in my head. What the fuck? If any of this works, I think I'm going to need to hire an artist, an actual pixel artist, because I suck. I suck at drawing. I don't draw anything. I only know how to write and how to write code. So nothing of this is going to be like a real game. I can't do that. I know that. But the point of this and these streams, I hope, as I learn to do this better, I know this is the first time I have never peed so much in my life before, and fuck, I'm shaking and shit. I don't know why, but who the fuck gives a shit? I'm gonna do this shit because I had to. I just graduated from college, I need a job and shit, and it's really difficult right now out there. the market sucks. Everything kinda sucks right now. But at the end of the day, I think these kind of things, video games, entertainment, movies, TV shows, those things, I think are very, very, very important, and they should not stop existing or be replaced by anything, because entertainment is like the oil of capitalism. I'm gonna say that shit. People get overburnt and they need to get relief, to get the stress out. And the way to do that is with a good movie, a good video game, or simply put, a good piece of art. And that's why people should always do art. You should practice and do something you like on the side as a hobby with your work or whatever you do. Try to find something that allows you to express yourself so that you can tell your story or tell your personality and share it with everyone else. And the important thing is you should do it good. You should care. So it's good. And sure, success will bring and open you up a bunch of doors. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, so it doesn't matter. The experience you get from making anything is always going to be better than masturbating and playing video games all day. So just fucking do it. Find something you like and practice it. Do it over and over again until you get really good at it, and then just do it either for fun because you depend on it. It might, to be honest, these things kind of suck. I'm not gonna lie. When the code doesn't work, when you read a negative comment, all that shit sucks. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because there are 8 billion people and there is everybody for everyone. Doesn't matter. You can keep trying and you will be sure that at some point people are going to appreciate the good things you did. So just keep trying, keep doing it. Yeah, that's it. Like, this is what it is all about. You just have to keep going, to keep trying, to keep learning, and putting that shit to work. There is no magic formula or whatever. And that's what I'm going to try to do right now. Streaming, I think it's going to help me do this shit instead of playing video games. I don't know why, but it works. It just fits. I feel forced to do it. I know my English sucks. I didn't know my accent was going to be this fucking thick. In my head it sounds much different, but I hope that changes with time. I'm going to learn how to pronounce words much better and stop sounding like a weirdo. But anyways, I don't know if I'm going to explain what I'm going to do or keep it just like you can watch this, we'll listen to the music on the background, will you do something else, whatever you do, whatever happens. I think I'm probably going to explain in the most important parts, so I don't feel like I have to talk and bullshit off my ass like I'm doing it right now. So yeah. Anyways. Yesterday I did another stream. That was a test to see the audio and everything. It worked fine, I think. I hope I don't crash because this laptop is so weak. That's why I'm working on a 2D game. That's another reason I need to make sure I make something that my laptop can run. And well, fuck. I think this is perfect. However, I would like to show that. Just if you are interested in learning game development, I highly recommend you to get Godot right now. Not Unity. And if you wanna do Unreal, do it. Like, there are so many engines actually, but I highly recommend Godot as a starter. I don't know how old are you, how experienced you are. I'm not that experienced, to be honest, but I think I can explain some things that I used to consider magic before better now that I know how they work. To be honest, if you are new in game development and you are interested in that, for some reason you click on this, right? You should start by looking at either Godot, Game Maker, Unreal Engine if you can run it. If you have a beefy computer, a desktop, and it's strong, you can give that a shot. You also don't need to know programming or anything of that. So you can go for RPG Maker, which is the one I started when I was a child. This engine is really good to make an RPG without any single line of code. And it's going to teach you a lot of things that are going to be absolutely useful in the future for your career. That's where I learned with zero experience in game development, in programming, in anything really. I was just a dumb kid. I learned so easily how to use flags, booleans, how sprites are loaded, how to design a level, how to pretty much complete a tiny RPG game with different endings, different dialogues, hidden Easter eggs, all that shit in just like 3 days. It was 3 days and I had no experience whatsoever, only experiencing a little Photoshop. I was like 14 years old. And that was really fun to do, and since then I have been wanting to do it again. So if you're interested in this, try to find an engine that you think is going to help you achieve the game you want to do first. Do not, I learned it from Pirate Software that you should not take the dream game first, and that's right, you should not do that because the scope is going to be so big and the errors you make are going to be extra disappointing and all that. You should avoid creating your dream game first. You should leave that for later on. You need to first get experience, and I think the best way to do that is probably doing a shitpost game. A shitpost game is just, a fucking game with anything you fucking want to put in it. Whatever the fuck your mind poops in the moment, just do it. Just fucking do it. Don't think about the quality of the dialogue, of the story, of the fucking sprite. Just fucking do it. From start to finish, it doesn't matter how bad is it. That's still going to leave a lot of experience that you're going to use in the future. So, anyways, I highly recommend it because it's like a jack in all trades right now. It's easy to make a 2D game there, a platform game, and also 3D games. And the GD script language, I think, is one of the best programming languages I have seen ever. And well, I haven't really seen that many programming languages, to be honest, but so far it's one of my favorite. Right there next to C++ and probably Python. Yeah, I was going to say Ruby on Rails, but no, fuck that shit. I like C++ and this shit a lot more. If you learn GDScript as your first language, which is not hard, you are kinda, I'm not gonna say you already learned C++ and Python at the same time, but it's going to be so much easier to read and understand these two. The learning curve is going to become more like a fucking road, a fucking flat line, and that's really, really powerful. In my college, they taught us C++ as the first language. That was really good. I think that's a really good idea. You should start with a low-level language like C++, C. Many people start with Python and languages that are like, no, fuck, you need to learn the data structures, man. If you want to get real into gaming and all that, you need to learn data structures. The problem with Python and all those languages is that they make it so easy that you don't have to think about these things, and that's a problem. It really helps to learn these things, to learn how things work. So, if you learn GDScript, you are doing like a mix of both. You're doing at the same time something that makes it so easy for you to explore and read. For example, I don't know. I have this script that does all the movement of the character. I call this script the muscles of the entity. What the fuck? Huh. Okay. What happened? Okay, I had a documentation like this for it. But anyways, my point is, when I didn't know how to program or do anything before, when I was a child and I was so fucking dumb, I would look at this and I would sweat. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? None of this makes sense. It will be intimidating to look at this shit because you don't know where to start. Like, what the hell am I looking at? So, to be honest, that becomes much easier when you learn some tricks and tips that work for me, and I think can probably work for many people, to stop seeing this like a monstrosity that feels impossible to read. And I'm going to try and convince you how. All you need to learn all the programming languages that exist, in my opinion, all of them, C++, Java, JavaScript, Rust, Golang, TypeScript. If you are someone who doesn't speak English, kinda like me, you actually only need to learn like 30 to 5 English words completely. Obviously there are more, it depends on the language, I know, but this is pretty much all you need to learn any programming language in the fucking world. And these words are not that hard to understand. These are if, else, for, bar, integer, float, string, include, func, method, return. What else? List, link. No, that makes no sense. Array, vector. I'm already running out. I don't know how many more. But if you learn these words, all these you see right now here, you can learn programming language very easily. And for math, which is also a thing that scares a lot of people, and it still scares me up to the day because I suck at math, you don't really need to remember all of it. You need to know the basics, and that's it. The plus, the minus, the, how do you call it in English? Multiplication, division, the modulus, why not? Knowing this, you are already capable of creating a lot of really powerful applications, programs. You can solve a lot of problems with this. Knowing those 30 words and these signs, these simple signs in math, pretty much leaves you ready to get into the world of programming. And from there, it's all about going on. It's something that never ends. There is no finish line, so never feel like it's too late to join. It's not late. It's never too late. It's actually very, very early. I think there is going to be a lot of demand for engineers to do QI. I think QI is going to become a really high demand position for engineers in the future, because a lot of software needs needs to be optimized right now. Like, fuck. Everything feels broken as shit. I don't know if it's just me or something, but I think it's part of a culture that if it works, why fix it? And I don't know if it's because game development forces you to be more strict about that. If you have a memory leak in a game, it's not the same as having a memory leak in a website. One hurts way more than the other. When you find a glitch in a video game, an annoying one, that can kill you, your company, very quickly. So that shit is not up to for dealing here as other areas, and that can be a problem. That can push people to be more perfectionist, but it doesn't matter because that gives a lot of good results. And sure, you have to measure when to do it fast and when to do it right. If money is a question of a topic. But anyways, I think I'm talking too much out of my ass for no reason. So what I was going to say is that after getting into game development and that shit, you probably are going to start to need to use these bad boys right here. Where are you? There you are. These bad boys right here. These are the books I'm using right now to learn how to do what I want to do. I highly recommend them. They are free, they are online, everyone knows them, they are very, very popular. So after you have created your first game using whatever engine you choose to do, try and read this after you understand the basics. And I'm going to need this one. I'm on chapter 6. I'm just starting this shit, to be honest. And I feel like there's still a lot to do. However, I would like to make it easier for other people, so I'm gonna see if that works. Otherwise, I'm just getting forced to do it, which is good. It's a win-win situation. And the awkwardness is going to die soon. Right now I had to separate this guy who is following me in the game. Like right now if I move, he moves with me. That's because yesterday I created this spawner right here which is going to spawn monsters or whatever I want, whatever is set here. Right now it's only spawning a human, which is simple, is basic. A human is this guy right here. I'm planning to remove the hat and leave him naked, but right now I can do that. It will take some time. So right now he looks like, oh did I close it? Okay. I don't know, he looks like Clint Eastwood or something, so I have to separate him from myself. To do that I need to create, well, I'm going to call an AI controller component. So what you see right now, right here, it's literally it's made for the game. Everything can be designed completely different and everything is right. There is no like wrong answer, wrong anything when you get to work in your game. If you ever work in a game, you don't have to follow anyone's like design by 100%. You have to branch off of it and create your own. And this is my baby boy. I created this like a week ago completely by myself. The scripts I know are from some YouTube tutorial you will probably see if you actually use Godot. But the point is, I made it modular so every component can be reused in other entities, like a monster, an animal, whatever you can imagine, you can create it. Anything, a dragon, a fucking troll, a cyclops, anything. And these things will help you define that entity. So you should not really like give a shit or care about the design I'm using for this game, because it's going to be completely different for the game you probably want to do. But what I highly recommend you to take away from this is the component idea. I think that I saw it in YouTube. This is not my idea. None of this is completely mine. I learned it online. I'm just sharing it with you. This idea of making everything a component, it's just fucking crazy. I used to make everything in a fucking single file before, and that was the worst thing ever. I wasn't that modular, or how do they call these people who like to use functions a lot. I think I used to have like a one function that did everything, and that's it. Like my main will be freaking 500 lines long, and that's bad. That's really bad, because I'm gonna show you something. If you do not know how to program or anything, I want to see I know I'm talking to nobody probably right now, but whatever. I want to see if you can probably understand at least like a quarter of what the hell is going on somewhere here. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Let's try this one, the move limb. You see this shit, right? And it's small. This is something you should do always. If you want to learn programming, focus on a tiny little thing at the moment. Divide and conquer, right? Because if you see the big script like this one, something like that, I don't know. It's scary. It's fucking scary. Even to me, it fucking scares the hell out of me. Even today, that's something that's not ever going to disappear. When you are new into to learn a new system or whatever, that's how it feels. I think for the majority, I want to hope, or else I guess I shit my pants for nothing. But the point is, I recommend focusing always on a small thing. Do not try to digest everything at once. That's dangerous, because it's going to give you a headache, and it's going to push you away from programming, most likely. And anything else, really. This applies for anything: drawing, writing, painting, making music. Like, just don't stop trying, but do it small. Start small and go big slowly. That's what I recommend, and this is what I want to see right now. If you can probably understand what the hell is going on, because I want that to be kind of the point of these streams, kinda to be educational, maybe, will at the same time chill. I'm going to shut up and get to work soon, I promise. But my point here is, as you can see here, this is just like a description of what this is doing. This is moving a limb, an entity's limb. Now I could have called this a human, I could have called this a being, but I choose entity because I think it's the most general word to describe everything that has life in this world, I think. So it can be an animal, it can be a monster, and it can be a human. And what this function is doing, this tiny little text right here, that's all the magic that you can see right in the screen. Okay, I close it again. All this is doing is checking whether the limb exists first or not, and then moves, and that's it. At first you might think, what, okay, but how, like, how is it really moving the object, I guess, right? Well, I think I'm going to get so deep if I continue speaking like this. Holy shit. Anyway. Oh my god. What did I just do? What did I just start? As you can see on the screen, you have these sprites, this 2D art, pixel art. Pretty much what this system is doing is moving that tiny little pixel art 2 pixels to the right, 5 pixels to the left, whatever amount I need to move it, right? But what is it doing here first is just a check whether the limb exists in the entity's body limbs and the body pose. At first glance, I feel like this probably like makes a little sense when you read it, the English is pretty straightforward, but you are probably wondering what the hell is body limbs and why is he doing it twice? Why is he checking limb name twice? Why is he doing it here in body dot limbs and why is he doing it here in body underscore pose? And I think that's where shit starts to get tricky in software. In all the software development branches you see, this is what it is all about. Finding out what the hell are these things that make you question what is happening, you know? And that I like to compare it with writing or reading any book you can think of. When you read a book, an article, or whatever, you are trying to understand what the author is trying to say, what is he trying to do. And sometimes, or actually most of the time, they do that with subliminal languages, subliminal messages, figurative speeches, figurative speeches, poetry. Like they put layers on shit to make the message more impactful, but also like coded in a way certain only some kind of people will understand. And that's how this is all about. This is pretty much the same thing. You have to, if you are ever going to explore any code in your life, first you have to understand that you are not going to understand shit. First, what you have to do is explore it and make a lot of assumptions, and then verify those assumptions. For example, why I'm doing this twice, limb name in body limbs and body pose, right? I don't know, there are going to be 100 different kind of answers that I can give, but probably none of them is going to be correct, right? And it won't really matter. You are going to have to explore it to understand it. But it's really good to first make an assumption, to make a try. Like, don't just go for the answer instantly, because then you are not going to practice this exploration skill that you're going to need to put to use everywhere here in all where you're going to see here, or software development in general. I am a newbie in all this. I'm not like really good at this shit, but I feel like these things, thinking like this, has helped me a lot to learn programming much quicker than before. So I'm sorry if I just talk a lot explaining these things like for no reason, but I'm just trying to see if I can do it and if I can become better at this. I need to practice this shit. Anyways, the reason I'm doing this twice is because first it is checking if the limb exists in the body itself right now. In my opinion, I feel like the human this is going to sound so fucking weird to say, it's so freaking narcissist, but whatever. I feel like humans have like two memories when it comes to the limbs. What you have right now and what your brain kind of remembers. So that's what I think. This is fiction right now, this is fantasy, but this is what I think. There are the ghost pains, how do you call them, right? Ghost pain, the phantom pain. It's a perception that an individual experiences with an organ or a limb that is not physically there anymore in the body. I don't know why that happens, to be honest. How the hell? Fuck, that's crazy. Well, I think it's something to do with the brain. It has to be, because I think it goes in line with that experiment with hammer and the fake hand, right? I'm sure you have seen it. Like they put a feather and you brush your hand so that you feel it and you assimilate it with a fake one. I don't know, the brain is weird, and one thing that makes game development so fun is that you can simulate these things in your own way, however you want. There is no right or wrong answer, to be honest. As long as it works, as long as it gives the illusion that is what is happening. Now, I know my game doesn't really need that. Like, I didn't make a feature for Phantom Pain, but the way I designed this gave the possibility for that, and I don't know, I think that can be helpful for something else. I can use it for something else, because actually what I'm doing here, I have two memories. The body, what the body remembers, what limbs it has right now. Like, this is the body limbs you have right now. It's not like a memory, it's more like a fact. This is what you have right now. And this other one, the body pose, is more like a memory. This is what I define, like, it's right here. Let's see if it makes sense. Okay, it probably won't make sense, to be honest, but I'm gonna try. This is the body pose. This is the magic. This is what makes the animation work in my game. These are the stats. This you probably know if you have played Fallout. The strength, dexterity, vitality, intelligence. That's your typical stuff. I define them here with a default value, whatever. The max walk speed, sprint, acceleration. I call this the stamina stats. And then I have the body pose. The body pose, it's like a tiny memory that the entity carries. This is like simulating the brain, in my opinion. This is how I see it. I'm gonna take so long explaining this shit. I don't know if I should do it, but I think I should do it. Whatever. I will have to. As you can see right here on the right. Filming right. Yes. I have the human, right? Let's create a new one, whatever. Just to give the example. Where are you? Okay. Everything that is an entity should be a character to the node. This bad boy you see right here. This is the magic, because these guys are these nodes. I don't know if I should explain how good it works and all that, but just so you understand, this is made to create anything that moves, like an animal, like a human, like a monster, anything that is an entity, anything that moves uses this character body to do it. There are other ones like a static body. This is more like for a tree. A tree doesn't move that I know of. There is also the rigid one, the rigid body one, which it's probably this is a quirk in 2D. In 3D, almost everything is, I would say, rigid. Everything that moves, all the NPCs, I think they are like this. Anyways, the point is, we need one of these bad guys just to move whatever is here in the center of the screen. Why? Why does it has to be a character body 2D? Well, because Godot made it so these guys contain functions or pieces of code that make it work more like, that make it easier to do those things. I'm not gonna get that deep into this, but yeah, the point is, you need one of these to create whatever you want. Let's say a dog, right? Now there is a warning here that is asking for a collision shape. What the hell is that? This is where the shit starts to get real, right? Everything in this world has a physical presence, right? Whatever you touch has a body in it. You are not a ghost, you cannot go through it, except air or gases. So how do you simulate that in a screen, in a computer, if it's all just pixels? Your screen is just a bunch of pixels. Right now I'm using a 1080p resolution. That means, if we bring the calculator right here, that means there's that amount of pixels in my screen right now. And what my computer is doing with the help of the GPU is just constantly changing the colors of those pixels to give the illusion that I'm watching something live, that I'm watching Game of Thrones, I'm watching Breaking Bad, whatever the hell you have on your screen. It's just a bunch of pixels choosing the right color, the right precise color, to make the full picture you are looking at. It's fucking crazy. It sounds really heavy, and it is. That's why GPUs are completely separated from the CPU. That's what they are for. And what you do pretty much in a game engine can be used like for anything really. You can create an application that is not a game in it. You can create a presentation there if you want, like a PowerPoint presentation here in Godot, just like you could do it in Photoshop, just by doing a bunch of different images. But obviously you do not use Photoshop to create a PowerPoint presentation because it takes longer. It's insane. It's fucking insane. No one does it. But this makes it easier for what games need to do to give that illusion that you are watching in the screen to work. And that's what this tiny little guy right here has behind his scenes. I don't really know all of it. You don't really know any of it. Here's the description. It's as simple as it gets. Just a dude that you can move with a screen. A dude. And that's it. And these are the tools that they give you to achieve that illusion. Every game you have played in your life, they have used these things you're looking at right now to be what they are. And as you can see, like, they are not that many. And many of them already make sense. Like, you don't really need to understand a lot. Is on ceiling only, is on floor. I have never used it, but I think I kind of know what it's going to be about. It's just going to be a boolean that says true or false, whether the dude is touching a floor. That's it. Same for the wall. Yeah, that, like, the best way to learn this is just to do it. Is just open it and think about an objective you want to achieve and do it, and see what you learn from it, and then reuse that knowledge later for bigger things. And that's what I did, just by looking at a bunch of YouTube tutorials. A lot of that, what I learned from college, really helped. And I created this modular architecture structure which is going to work for my game so far right now. It probably and most likely is going to change, who knows, or it's just going to be extended, doesn't matter. What matters is that it works right now and works well, bug free. I achieved that by using this system that I kind of took inspiration from. Like, I feel like this is going to be more helpful in the future for 3D. Probably to make it procedurally generated. I don't know how to say, yeah. That's like my biggest dream right now. I want to achieve the knowledge of how to make procedurally generated simulation movement or walking or whatever. And I'm very excited for GTA 6 because they published this paper that pretty much talks about that. I don't know if you saw it, but I think GTA 6 patented a new technology regarding animation. Here it is. Oh, where's the paper? Is this illegal? No way. Wait, what? It was a leak? No way. It's public, right? Yeah, it's here. Look at this beautiful piece of technology you are looking at right now in the screen. Look at this. This is the future, boys. You're looking at the future right now. This is fucking insane in my opinion, and I'm excited to see it in action. To make it short, what this is, I don't understand it at all, like completely. I just understand like the superficial basics. And I think what he's trying to say is that, I don't know, I think I need to draw in the screen. Let me see if I can do that. How do you start? Oh. Super D. Come on, what's that color? Can I change it? Okay, I don't know. I think I can't, but imagine you have a 3D dude like this, right? He looks like this. As I understand this, or what we have right now, the current technology we have, I think, for animating 3D models is mocap, and I think they call it rigging. I'm not sure. I am not really sure about this. This is I can't get into this yet easily. I can't run it. But the point with this is that I think it works. I think everyone knows what mocap is. That's just like filming the animation with a real person. That makes no sense, but like you're filming the animation as it is and you just play it, and that's very limited because it's going to look the same all the time. It's the same animation every time. That's how most games work right now. But there is a trend right now, and I think more games are trying to be more procedurally generated with their movements. Like, for example, I don't know, sword attacks are now being used in 360 degrees instead of just 4 directional ways. if that makes sense. Instead of just how to explain this. Well, okay, what this paper did, I think, is separate every limb, every body part of the character like this, like into sections. So that you can like control each section but still respect the context of bigger sections. It's crazy. Like what this opens the possibility to, I think, is like stuff like, you know, when you are walking normally on the street, you probably move your hands like this. I don't know if you can see it on my smoky screen. I know my house is not on fire and it looks like that. It's just the camera. It sucks nipples. I really need to get a new camera. I'm gonna get a new camera, I promise, but right now I can't. The point is, you know, when you're walking on the street, you move your hands or your feet, but they are never the same movement, the same angle, the same distance. They look similar and it's hard to tell. And there are actually technologies being used by the governments right now to detect your walking style. I haven't seen it, but I am sure it's real, it's legit, it's not that hard to do. I'm sure if China did it with their faces of everyone, they can do this shit. They can know who you are by the way you walk. Everyone walks differently. They have like a footprint, a walking footprint. And that's impossible was impossible to simulate in video games that easily. Like, it's not easy to, you will have to film like 1,000,000 different walking styles, and that's just too expensive, too hard, too time consuming. Not hard, it's time consuming. However, with this tech, I think you can say goodbye to motion capture. You can use math 100%, I think. For example, the movement of your arm is 360 degrees, right? You can move it into a full circle. But there are limits to how you can spin it. The more, the more close you are. This is difficult to do. I can't spin it anymore or I'm gonna break my fucking shoulder. That it's a limit in the angle. That's like a number. That's a number that you have to find. It's a number that you have to find to simulate the shit in a computer screen. Like right now, let's say this is 0 degrees or whatever, right? I can tell the computer, give me 90 degrees, and the character is going to look like this. I don't know what the hell am I doing? I look like a fucking lunatic. But if you try to go further, like 180, unless you are one of those guys that appear on TV that can pretty much give themselves a blowjob, I don't think you can do it. It's really difficult. And that can be simulated with math. I'm very sure, and I think this is what they did, or ours are like starting to get into. And what they probably did to find those numbers I'm talking about, like, I don't know, this feels like 100 degrees, 120. They probably use, they use machine learning. Yeah, I forgot the name, but it's like it creating a lot of iterations of the same animation, training that guy to walk. There are a lot of videos on this. They are very popular. You have probably already seen it on social media or something like this. Yeah, this deep reinforcement learning. That's the name I was looking for. With this technology, you can. It's not a technology, more like a. I don't know, method. Well, yes, technologies. You can teach anything to walk. And I don't know if they use them. I'm assuming. I don't know anything, but I feel they probably use it for something like that. They probably use mocap for filming the averages or like references of what a real human walking looks like, and then they probably play with the angles to give a range of where the majority of people can move, and it can be randomly generated, so, or depending on the physique of the person, if it's he's fat, probably has less flexibility. If he's skinnier, that's more flexibility, so that means the chances for having a higher angle are higher. There are also people who can't bend their fingers back and shit. That's fucking disgusting, but yeah, sure, like you can probably define that like that. It's fucking crazy, and I think this is going to change a lot of things. This is going to be so crazy. They knew it's so good they had to patent it. It's fucking crazy. I really recommend following the guy who did this. I think this is the head guy, Tobias Clentus. He follows some really nice posts regarding this. Like, there are a lot of games starting to use this technology, similar technologies to this, to create their own games. Like, there was one I saw with a astronaut walking on the moon. It was weird. It's crazy. Like, completely 100% procedurally generated movement. It's coming. It's finally coming, and I'm so fucking excited for that shit. It's going to be crazy. I can't believe that people are this fucking close to simulate real life already in the screen. Like, holy shit, you combine the shit with the new Unreal Engine graphics. It's here, boys. It's about to begin, and I hope this creates more job opportunities and not less for fuck's sake, with AI. I mean, I don't know how easy is it to achieve these graphics in Unreal Engine. I think it makes it much easier than before, but holy shit. Yeah. Anyways, where was I? Here. I'm actually in the chapter 9. This is the one I'm reading. I already did a behavior tree. So yeah, the way the the body pose works, holy shit, that was long. Kind of tries to like do that kind of logic. I know it's not necessary for this 2D game. It's probably overkill. Very, very overkill. But the point of this project I'm working on right now is to learn, and I want to learn the crazy shit, the most difficult shit. And I'm going to design this like if translating it to 3D is going to be easier, and that's it. So I think this might help for that, separating each body part into its own thing. I could separate the legs and the arms. I have them defined, but they are like, they don't exist actually, they are not there. They are phantom pain, as you will say, because the way the sprites are made in these characters makes it really difficult to do that. So I'm just gonna leave it there for the future. But as it works right now, it works, and it can be expanded like this. Like, you can have a entity with multiple heads, and it can work, because all it takes first is, for example, the vector 2 position, just the original position it's going to start on. So pretty much the coordinates 0, 0 means here, right here, where you can see this. This is where he is going to show up, the head 2. The head 1 says 0 minus 13. That is like here, a little bit here. The y-axis is inverted in 2D. Up here is minus and down here is plus. So that's, yeah, it's a little fucky right here. But anyways, the point of this is just like a register to remember the last position the body was on. So what is it going to tell me here is the head, the initial position with its vector whatever, the rotation in the rotation degrees, this, which is going to be the weirdest elements that you see, I'm sure. They are, I really should not explain them, but they are just the parameters for the animators, which are these things you see here, these two boys. This is what I'm using to animate the character. For example, let's try the head. Let's hide the hat. Let me show you. Oh my god. No. Yeah, that's it. If you have experience making videos or editing them with a video editing software, you will find this really easy to do. Same if you use Photoshop, if you use that, any of that, you're going to find the creation of the assets really useful. So that's what I mean, you don't need to know programming to get into game development. You can do a lot of things without that knowledge. It's great, I think it's great. So pretty much these are just the parameters for this guy. As you can see here, parameters, movement, and playback. And what I'm telling it is go for the idle, which is this one. I have a moving animation and a running animation too. They are pretty similar, it's just the speed that changes and something else, like the position of the head. I move it a little bit to the right or to the left, and that's it. It's very simple. And the state machine, this is what does the magic. It jumps up here. So this is pretty much just to control the head like this. This makes it so easy to control the character, because never mind what I'm going to say. It's not going to make sense. Anyways, that's what the body pose is. It's just a memory for how the body was last positioned, the rotation in degrees, the coordinates for the position, the state and the position of that state, everything. And now what I need to do, because I work first on the protagonist, which is going to be who the player uses in the entire game, this guy. Oh my god. Why did you crash? Jesus Christ. Yeah, alright. It crashed. Let's kill it. This is probably taking a lot of memory. Goodbye. Let's see. The current problem I have is that I have made my character protagonist first, and so the control I have, the component I'm using is the player controller component. This bad boy right here. This component controls the character you see on the screen by the player, and I need one that is by the computer. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to create a new scene. We're going to call this the AI controller component, and here we are going to copy nothing. Yup, probably only the loading area and the interactor area, maybe. I will see. Yeah, I don't know about the loading one, but probably interactor only. So let's bring that boy over here. There we go. That's all we need right now. Then I'm gonna save this. Okay. Here. Good. And I'm probably going to create a script for it. And that's it for now. So this guy should not have this. Yeah, I hate that fucking feature. It's so weird. There should be only one of these active at the moment, in my opinion, because it has a camera and all that. There should be only one input. Otherwise that happens, I control two characters at the same time. That's not the idea. Just gonna close this because it's not all lag. There we go. And this guy is probably going to have a different script, maybe not. Never mind, he's fine. There we go. Now I can create. Wait, what the hell? What? Where is the? Why is it not considered a scene? What the hell? What the hell? Okay, that's weird. What? I want this tiny play button you see here. I don't know why it doesn't appear if I use one or the... Oh my god. Why is it so quickly? I don't understand that shit. Anyways, now I have this bad boy right here. He's going to control the NPC. Right now I can't give him... I don't understand why he won't wake up if he has to run that. Huh. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright, that's what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna try to make it so this guy wakes up the moment he's spawned. So whenever a human being is spawned, he's there ready to go, ready to move. And I already have that AI done. Let me show you really quickly. It's on the dog, it's on Lucas. Let me just remove spawner. Goodbye, buddy. Yeah, you can see it moves a little to the right, a little to the left. That's what I was talking about. This guy right here, he's already using an artificial intelligence right now. The most basic one there is the state machine behavior tree. It's pretty simple, and that's what I'm going to use for the others. But I would like to learn the most weird ones to see what's up. Anyways, this one is very simple for now. It only follows me unless I get too far. As he follows me, if I stand still for like 6 seconds, he begins to walk alone. But I think there is a bug with that. He sometimes doesn't do it, sometimes he does it. I don't know why. I will have to fix that too before I work on the human NPC. So there is no weird shit happening. And yep, I think that's it. I'm gonna see how far I can go. There we go, there it is. Yeah, he sometimes does that, sometimes he doesn't. And when I move, he returns. And if I move too far, he's gonna say, fuck you bro, I'm not doing this shit. I also have these bats ready. Let me show you. This I'm more proud of. I like it, how it turned out. I think it works just fine. Yeah, look at that shit. When they get close and bite me, when they look like that, I can hit them like this. Oh yeah. You should go flying away. They also avoid the... Oh no, they don't. I can make them avoid these fences, but there is a glitch where they get stuck really easy. Like here in the corner, they start getting like this. Oh, so fucking weird. I don't know how to fix that yet. Well, yes, I think I have seen the solution before, but I need to get into that before giving it to the human as well, so that he can attack me. And that's it. Shit, it feels good. It feels fine. So this little shake you see whenever I attack, I think I'm going to make it toggleable, so because I can see some people not liking that shit. I know that it can get a little dicey, I don't know. So I'm gonna make it optional, an optional menu setting. I'm gonna see if I can do those 3 things for these following days. See if I can finish. What? That's it? Just 2. Oh no, never mind. Yup, I'm gonna have to copy the player's controller component and design it in a way that works with the state machine of the dog. Or let's take the rat. Wait, which one is it? Actually, let's do Lucas. Fuck it. Let me close spawner. Yeah, that's it. That looks fine. So this guy, he already has an artificial intelligence, sorry. Which is this you are looking at right now, the state machine. This is what a very basic artificial intelligence looks like. This is what is making Lucas be who he is right now in the screen. So I'm gonna get into that a little later. I'm gonna start with the controller first, and then start getting into building the AI. Then, oh Jesus, this was longer than I thought. Fuck. I hope it's worth it. At least I'm gonna practice my English. I need this shit. I speak like Tarzan. It's so fucking annoying. I need to get better. And I will. I promise. So anyways, let's clean the workplace so there is no unnecessary shit on the screen. Let's see. Yeah, just like that. That's fine. I'm going to need this and this. I'm gonna leave this for later. Anyways. Yep. Place is ready. I'm gonna take a little piece, little break, and then start drilling and grinding this shit. Finally, I got that introduction out of the way, and I hope I don't have to repeat that freaking speech again, but let's do it. Now I feel more confident. Thank you. Was Korean as a falcon. I can show you there. the code if you want to see it. It's pretty simple. This is it. It tries to simulate like it's being held by a pair of human hands. That's the idea. And for that, what I did, it's like this. Let me show you. Wait. Okay, I can run. Yes. So imagine the camera is like this, right? This is the space it's filming right now, all of it. If you look at my character, this is what it looks like, and the zoom in and zoom out, it's over here to the camera base. This is a camera. I have the zoom as a default. Well, pretty much what is it doing is, for the magic, it's just this, like there is, imagine there is like a tiny square here that defines, like, if this is a 0.00, right here in the center, I don't know, this will be like, let's say 10, right? And this will be -10, -10. Actually, in Godot, in 2D games everywhere in Unity, this one is positive and this one is negative. But yeah, what this is just doing is like choosing a random number that is inside this space and then here, so it's going like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, as it randomly in the direction. When it's up, it has to go down, then up. You can see that here in the script. Let me see if it makes sense. Like, this is it. The breathing and the whole camera, that's what makes the camera look the way it looks. I choose a random number from 0 to whatever I define up here. Holy shit, the lag it's intense. -3. So it's pretty much like choosing, let's say, like this space here is, oops, like this. All this area here goes from 0 to 3, and that's how it works. It's just a tiny number generator bouncing up and down. Yeah, I'm going to take the break. I'm gonna come back later, so I'm gonna leave it here in case you wanna see it or copy it. I'm gonna now take my time. So honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna do these streams. If I should be silent the whole time, will just working and probably explain what I'm going to do there and there. Because I don't stop talking once I start, as I can see. So many ways before starting, I'm going to explain that I'm gonna copy. First of all, I have like 3 objectives right now, and it feels a little overwhelming. What I have to do is start simple, start small. So what I'm going to do first is fix the way this guy spawns, because he spawns like literally like this. He looks like this when he shows up, and that's ground. I don't know why is it happening. He should be running this script, which is spawn. Wait, oh my god, the lag. The spawn calls the muscles to handle the animation of itself, which means it's going to load these positions right here in the body pose and the accessories. That's it. That's what the animation is. It's just reading these 2 lines and getting them to work, which pretty much gives the magic that you see here. And that's going to be it for now. Let's see how it goes. I hope you like the music. If I find something worth explaining or something, I will see if I do it. Probably if you want to see me cry, I don't know if to leave the camera on. I will think about it. I'm gonna do it without it, so I get some confidence first. Then yeah, sure, you can see me scream and shit, but muted, so that you don't get scared jump or whatever. Alright, I fixed that tiny mistake I had. Now he spawns looking normal. I forgot that here I have this script named Smoke Ashbourne, who is the name of my protagonist, the player, the one who the player is going to use. And he's a human, right? So he inherits all this. He has it. And the problem is, if two methods have the same name, like here ready and ready, which is common, it's like the default function all the good nodes are going to have, it takes priority on this one, on the father, on the one who is the bigger, how to say it, the last one to inherit whatever he's inheriting, it's like that. So that's okay, I just call the spawn from here and then that's fixed. So now I can focus on the ugly which is going to make him alive so that he can start moving by himself. And that's going to be okay. What I can do is give him the intelligence of my dog. Look, the idea I just had is this: what if you can see he's there, he's breathing, he's fine, he's alive, he's handsome, everything, but he is not moving. However, what if I put the brain of this dog inside him? And that's it. That will be it. I will have to copy the same algorithm this guy is using and put it in him. That sounded so wrong, but we are in June, so it's fine. It's Gay Pride Month. We are going to put the same algorithm this guy has on this guy, and that's it. That's going to be my next objective. I am thinking of possible problems I might encounter, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. Yeah. As you can see, the AI controller and the player controller are very, very similar. I can probably create a class, well, I already created entity controller, which can have this, but now that I'm thinking about it, probably not. Yeah, as you can see, I didn't copy this on the AI controller. I only copy these three: check movement, rotate, interactor, and stop. I did not copy these two because this is made for the player. This is reading inputs. As you can see, this runs whenever the player touches a keyboard or any key that I have registered here in the input map as a game key. I don't know how to call it. A key you use in the game, the classic W a SD for the movement. I have an attack on the left click. I have a jump. Oh yes, I have a jump because I have other experiments in 3D. I have this guy in 3D, working in 3D. I can show you. Let me see. I will show you later. Whatever, doesn't matter. The point is, whenever the player touches one of those keys, this runs, this executes. However, I don't want that on the EI. I want the EI to think for itself. I want it to be independent of me, of my inputs. And for that, we need a behavior tree, which I show you over here. Let me pull it back up. The music is fine, right? Yeah, okay. So these two chapters pretty much teach you how to make that. Chapter 6. Obviously I use a YouTube tutorial. I highly recommend you, if you want to learn how to make your first EI, your first NPC that moves by itself, you should search this video. It's so good. It's called, oh my god, you didn't have to see all that, but whatever, it's good. State machine, I think. The video I'm talking about is the guy who created the behavior plugin, I think. Yes, the behave. It's playing with the word be, like, yeah, the insect, the flying insect. It's so beautiful, it's so good. It seems it's going to make all this I want to do much easier. What it is just, I think it's like he prepared everything he did here. Is you can do it yourself with everything you have here in Godot. You can do it from zero, from scratch. He just did it and share it with everyone to make it easier for them, for people, for everyone. He shared a tool, a pre-made tool, right? And that tool helps create NPCs who think by themselves. All of this is the magic that you have experienced in all your video games for a long time. They use state machines a lot. This is probably one of the most common, and also because it's so easy to expand, to make it more complex, however you want. Like, your imagination is the limit here. There is no, you can do whatever you want with this. It becomes so simple, so modular, that you can focus on tiny little bits without worrying about breaking the rest. That's what makes this so good. You can focus on small things without breaking the rest, which is a common thing in software. You fix a bug and 3 other appear, and it's freaking chaos. It's annoying. That happens a lot. But the way Godot is made, makes that harder to happen. Like, it's so modular. That's what I like. This, how do you say, philosophy of making everything a component or a function, because that way it becomes easier to read. Like here, everything here is related to a spawn and nothing else. The way I had all this before, as you see right here, all this used to be one file, which was this one, this guy right here. Look at this shit. Look at that shit, bro. That's fucking disgusting. That's not good. That's ugly. Like, everything is here. All you see here separated in pieces, like the health component, the muscles. It's here in one single file. And that sucks, because imagine you got hired by me to work in this game, and I tell you, can you please help me fix the movement? There is something with the animation. I don't know, whatever, the head is moving to the wrong side. You have to come here first. There's only this file, nothing else, so you have to come here and see this shit, and you're like, okay, what the fuck? There is a lot. Where do I start? And the name doesn't help. 2D Theo, like, yeah, that's the name of the previous protagonist. I named him Theo as a test, as a placeholder. Now his name is Smoke Ashbourne. It might change, I don't know. I like that name. I like it. So when I remaster this technology, this script, I changed his name. Yeah, just for fun, to make it easier also to identify them, because I have so many Theo files, right? 3D Theo, first person shooter Theo, Minecraft Theo. Yes, I made a Minecraft experiment. I can show you, it's pretty simple. But anyways, this is what I mean with when I tell you that I highly recommend you to look into components, to make everything its own thing. Like here right now I have everything in one file: the spawning, the input, the movement, the animation, the attack, the interaction of the legs. I can explain that another time. I created something to make the plants move when you walk over them. It looks good. I will show you. I like how that turned out. Everything is here, and that sucks, because obviously this script is not that hard. It's pretty simple, even like this. But in bigger video games, these things are way bigger, way much bigger, and having them in one place like this really sucks. You can probably hear the rain. There's a thunderstorm outside. I might lose my power, so if I disappear, I didn't leave. I lost my power. I'm sorry if that happens. But anyways, I don't have to think about this shit anymore. This is the way to go. So now imagine if I hire you and I tell you I have a problem with the movement, please fix. There's something with the animation. You're probably going to come here, you're going to see this, and you're going to assume, as I said, it's good to assume things here. The problem is here in the humanoid movement component, because that makes sense. That's if the problem is the movement, and the place has to be here, and the script is much shorter, much smaller, and that is less scary, less intimidating, and that's powerful, that's important. Programming is like anything else, everything it's constantly fighting with your own brain to do the thing. That's it. Tricking your own self to do things you don't want to do: work, study, practice, workout, exercise. All that just requires you to constantly scam yourself, lie to yourself, I don't know, like reward yourself properly and stuff like that. And this is, in programming, this is one way to do it: keeping things short, concise, and readable. Obviously, the problem with that is that it takes time to do this. This refactor took me like a week, only a week. Being really focused. Well, okay, that's a week. In a real project, that can be painful because I wasn't doing anything new. I was refactoring. Refactoring is redoing the same thing you just did, but better. Like, now you make it work, now make it ready, make it faster, make it cleaner. And that step used to be a taboo before, I think, in the 80s and stuff like that. Before it was, and kind of today it's coming back. Like, if it works, don't fix it, don't change anything, leave it like that. And that's a problem, because it's like doing a painting or writing a book. If you only do one draft, if you only write it once, it's going to suck. You need to do editing, and that's what it is in programming, refactoring. That's how we call it. The editing process in a book is refactoring in programming. It's the same thing. It's rewriting what you did, but prettier, better. And you can do that. There's many different ways. For example, I choose this style to put things in the same, aligned with each other. As you can see, these double periods here are aligned with each other. I could leave it like this, which is the original way to write things here, right? This is how it will look like if you did it by vanilla, like when you are working on it in the first time, right? This is how you do it. This is how it looks. But that was a personal choice of mine to do it like this. I like that. I like how it looks. It makes it easier for me to read it. It might be different for you, and that's completely valid. That's not wrong or anything. But it's also like an obstacle in programming. Everyone has like a different style to write the code, and that can also put some friction in when you have to learn how the system works, to maintain it, to work on it. But once you learn the most common practices, which are not many, it becomes easier. You only focus on the language itself, which learning a new. This is also very, very important. I didn't say it, but once you learn one programming language, with just one you kind of learn all of them already. This might sound controversial for some, but it's the truth. Like, all the programming languages, all of them use the word if. All of them. I haven't seen a programming language that doesn't use the word if else. I think there are others that use it like condition, I think, right, which is the same, but the majority, the big ones, C++, C, C#, Java, JavaScript, and Rust, most, if not all of them, use almost the same words for for a lot of things. The things that change are really small and insignificant, and they become so easy to master that it becomes easier. I was going to, yeah, like learning English and learning British American English versus British English. That's how it feels like. It's nothing. Fuck. So yeah, where was I anyways? So he created this and shared it with everyone who wants to create a state machine or a behavior tree, which is the same concept related. And it became much easier. I haven't used it yet. I have installed and I follow his tutorial, which was, where is it? Oh no, where did it go? This is also really good. I think I use this one as well. This is a really good one. But the one I used first was he probably removed it. There is a chance because I think it had sprites that he didn't want to share anymore, but he censored them, I remember, so I don't think he should have removed it. It should be still there. Where was it? Oh my god, it was really good. It was really good. Here. Oh my god, there are tutorials to make a game like Rimbo actually in God. Holy shit, this is 11 days ago. This is completely new. Holy shit, I wanted this like 3 months ago. I want to learn to make the RimWorld Sims kind of gameplay. I like that. Oh my god. I also watched this one, is really good too. Very good. These two videos are really good. I watched them and learned a lot from them. Also watched this one as well, but I haven't used it yet. I haven't done combat as well. I have half of it. Oh my, here it is. This is the one. Oh my god, why is it so down? This needs to be up. This video is fantastic. Whenever if you like game development and you get into it and you start watching tutorials like this, I highly recommend you to download the same version he's using. Go to releases. This is the one I'm using currently, but you should follow all the tutorials you will find online with the exact same version of the engine he's using in the video. In this case, he's using 3.5. It's kind of blurry down there, but you can see it. Because then you don't have to deal with the bugs from changing from Godot 3 to Godot 4. They can be very educational. I did it both ways, but I lost a lot of time fixing those bugs, finding out how to do the same thing in Godot 4. So I learned my lesson when I followed this tutorial. This series you are looking at right now in your screen, let me verify that you're looking at it. This series is probably the best I have seen for game development ever right now, so far. These 11 videos will teach you how to make pretty much an entire game already. Like, fuck. It might be a little misleading at first because it's talking about inventory tutorial, the modular inventory, but the guy starts to do everything. Like he goes full wild with this and starts doing everything: looting, gear, equipment, the inventory, settings, menu settings, everything you see here in my screen. What's up, son? I'm looking at the comments right now. I sometimes have it minimized. I just look at it. Hello, bro. I will look into that. Yes, I have heard that Fortnite maps are very, very profitable. It's crazy. It's very tempting. That's also a very nice way to get into game development. If you play Roblox, Fortnite as a child or teenager or even a young adult, do it. Get into the design of those things. You will learn a lot. Doesn't matter when you do it. They pretty much teach you how to do the design and everything. It's really good, and they are paying people for it, and I heard the percentage, it's really good. So yeah, if you like Fortnite and you want to get into game development, you have an amazing opportunity right there, hands down. I wish I had that when I was younger. I could probably do it right now, but I don't know if I have the computer for doing it. My laptop can't run Fortnite, sadly. So I have to start with 2D and see what this can give me later. And get a job. I need to get a fucking job soon. Holy shit. The market sucks right now. It's pretty hard to find a job in Mexico in software development. It's bad, but we will see what happens. Anyways, that video, those 11 videos, which account for 10 hours, I think, will teach you all this you see in the screen right now, all this left pocket, everything, the save and load, he teaches you that, the settings, you can scale the UI. They are also draggable. They also don't get lost, I think. Okay, I think there is a problem there. Okay, it works here. Like, I cannot lose it, but I can lose it here. I don't know why. It's something to do with the screen size. I will have to fix it much later. Anyways, this tutorial series are probably the best I have seen so far in Godot, because it taught me a lot. So if you want to learn Godot, it's beginner and medium level, follow these videos. Like, they are so good, so fucking good. And do it with the same version he's using in the video, because at the end, the last video, which is only 17 minutes, he translates everything he did in Godot 3 to Godot 4. So you just have to follow that. I did a mistake of using Godot 4 and I got stuck at like the tier video. I could not continue because the architecture was just very different. It became very different. I will have to need to dig much deeper into his system to understand it and be able to maneuver it more easily. But yeah, I could not waste more time on that, so use the same version they use, so it's smooth like a baby's butt, and then you will have absorbed some pretty fine experience. Because look at this shit, there is a lot he's teaching you in the first video, how to create the UI, how to create the item code, the slots, everything. And it works like if he put the cooldown and the items, everything. Let me show you. Let me show you if I can run it. It's so cold. Since oh yeah, I have this in another project. Let me show you. Everything he's going to teach you is going to be this. Like if you follow these tutorials while watching a movie, I did it while watching a TV show on a movie on the background. I like multitasking, and like you do pay attention to what he's doing and everything. You do try to understand it. You have to do that. If you are just copy and pasting, that sucks. You are just wasting time, because in the future when you want to connect what he did with your game, it's going to be difficult. So try to understand it when you do it, but you can do it in a very relaxing, fun way. Will you watch a movie or taking breaks every 15 minutes to play a video game or whatever, because the videos can get pretty heavy. It's a lot of information. He goes pretty fast, but he teaches you a lot, and if you do it at your own pace. It took me 2 weeks to finish all his videos, doing them by hand, coding everything he was coding with him in the video. And he was really satisfying. I understand like half, probably a third of the system. You don't have to understand 100% of it. That's not how this works. Because yes, you can do that, but that requires more time for you to explore it, to test it, to use it. And you probably want to move onto other projects, other things, other objectives. So you don't have to lose that momentum. Losing that momentum is really important when you do anything, study, learning, whatever. The momentum, it's very important. You have to keep it in control, to keep it alive. So anyways, as you can see, he teaches you all these items that display stats right there and there. They affect your character. For example, the move speed right now is 230. This thing adds like 150 move speed, so my character moves much quicker. There's also cooldowns. You can use the item and it does something, I think. It heals me 5 life points. That's cool. You can also put it here. This is what I want to change a little. This is how do you say it? I don't know which video games use this system. I think it's Diablo. I forgot which games do it like this. Like you have icons of the item in your hotbar. You don't have the item itself like in Minecraft. I want it to be like Minecraft. Like if you have the item in the hotbar, it's the item, not a reference. But yeah, that's the only change I want to do on this. Obviously the graphics and everything, that's not hard to do. That just requires some artistic skill, which I don't have. I'm gonna need an actual artist to remake everything you are looking at in the screen. But the way the system works is what interests me. And that video, like holy shit, I don't have the words to explain how good it is it, because there are not many videos that teach these things. But there it is. There is one, and it's right there. This guy. I highly recommend this tutorial series. Highly recommend it. So yeah, just like him, he created a system, as an inventory system that you can use to adapt or modify based on your needs. Same for this guy. He created this, but for behavior trees, for EI, for state machines. And that's what we are going to get into slowly over time these following days. I want to learn how to make a good EI that can attack, that can move, that can decide for itself. The way we have it right now, it's pretty simple. I have it capable of attacking, like you saw with the bat I show you, but it's gonna get ugly by introducing humans who use weapons like a sword or a hatchet, whatever they have at their hands. That's gonna be different. However, the logic regarding the movement, which is pretty simple. Let me see, how was it like? Okay, yeah, there is no area here. I wanted to do that with the spawner actually. I'm glad you reminded me. Here in the spawner, I put this area 2D so that I wanted to spawn the monsters or whatever inside this circle, right? At random. However, this sucks. You should not do it like this, because this 2D area is constantly monitoring itself, and that consumes CPU power, which we don't want. So we're gonna remove that shit. We don't need it. What we can do instead is create a variable that can be a distance, which will be the circle's diameter. It will be a float worth 50 pixels, right? So that's pretty much the same thing as the circle with with this I can do the same thing the circle was going to do, but without relying on using an area 2D which is constantly monitoring itself, and that consumes memory, causes lag if there are too many objects like that in the screen. So one of my goals is to make this game capable of running a lot of NPCs at the same time. I want it to be able to run a lot of enemies at the same time, like in RimWorld. That's what I'm so interested in RimWorld. I think RimWorld is a fucking masterpiece, man. Like seriously, this shit, it's so close to simulating like human beings, their behavior, like, just like holy shit. I know it's not public, I know, but I want to learn how they did this mod because it's so good, it's so fun. And it's very close to being realistic. Of course, creating the most realistic human being is not it's not a feasible goal right now. It's not something we should care about. Leave that to Rockstar with GTA 6, I guess. But this is like a really good way to start, in my opinion, to get into this. I think the way they did it, I don't know how it works or anything. I wish I knew, because I want to do something similar based on the psychology of the entity. They choose different actions, they do different things, they have different opinions, etc. So you can create probably someone more aggressive than the other, a pacifist, and that will make the game more dynamic, more crazy. Oh shit, my neck. I killed my neck. So, as we have it right now, it's very, very simple. We have Lucas here. He has a radius, which is what I want to do with the spawner. Radius, actually. That's more easy to understand. And the way it works right now, it's just very simple. It moves around every X amount of seconds. It has a timer here, right? It has a timer which here's the state machine. I worked on this like 3 months ago, 4 months ago. I probably forgot everything already. There are no comments, no nothing. This is completely naked. Balls deep into the ocean. Let's do it. We have... Okay, I remember the state machine. Okay, let me explain this if I can, so I can explain it to myself and to you. The state machine works kind of like the human being. Everything communicates with the state machine first. The state machine does everything with the transitions between child nodes. What is a child node? These are the child nodes right here. Idle and follow. The name of the state machine, it's ironic because that's what it is. It's a machine that defines the state of the entity. So for my dog, for Lucas, he has only 2 states, idle and follow. That's it. I was thinking there maybe should be one called move, right? Movement, moving, move, but there isn't. And that's, I wonder if that's fine. Because I can say that idle is just is standing still, not moving at all, right? But here I'm saying that being idle is idle and moving around at random places with nothing to do, with no objective. As you can see right now, look at this. He's right there. He's moving right there. He's on the idle state all the time right now. Right here. He's there right now. Nothing else. What's happening there is, if I remember right, he moves. He starts moving. Randomize wander. Okay, yeah. Enter, update, state process. Okay. Yeah, this is it. This is the magic that you're looking right now in the screen. This is it. When I get too close to him, he changes to the follow state. Right now he's on the follow state. Right now. This one. That's how a state machine works. And how do you do that, right? Like, how do you tell it to stay quiet or when to move? And that is what is happening here. First, this is the first state this guy starts with, and it makes sense. You start idle when you start existing in this world. You don't start playing soccer, you don't start eating, you don't start masturbating, no. You start idle, like a baby who can't move, just there, you know. That's how you begin your journey. So the same is happening here. The first state is idle, and what is happening is, if I remember right, the way state machines work is the first thing that they execute is the enter. Because you enter this state, you enter the idle state as a default. The first time you spawn, you enter to the idle state. You enter here. And this is telling you three things only. First, I'm telling you who the player is in case you see him. This might feel a little weird. This is where shit starts to make no sense. Why do I have to tell him who I am? Why cannot he know who I am? And I think I have a reason for that, for the design. I can probably do the way you probably think first. I should not be telling him who I am. He should be able to follow anyone, any human. A dog, I don't know if they chase cats, yes. Follow humans, right? That's it. They interact with two entities, cats and humans. I can do a system that can probably ignore this shit and just check whether the player is inside the group player or a cat and start chasing it, following it, right? But for now, because the game is so small right now, the scope is small, I have to test it quickly. And this is the way to do it. I tell you who I am. Here, you know who I am, now follow me. Like, let's do this quickly. And like, yeah. You might see things like this a lot in software. Things that probably don't make sense first. But once you understand the design and the reason behind it, you say, ah, okay, that's why. And this is probably one of them. Like, you should not be telling my dog who I am to follow me. You should be able to know who I am already, right? So yeah, that's possible. Just so you know that this is for testing purposes. The next is setting the speed. Move speed, huh? Where is that variable? Movement speed. Move speed. Whoa. Okay, I forgot about this script. This is garbage. This is shit. This is, you know, for the moment. But anyways, I am defining here the movement speed and whatever the player who I am. This is going to change definitively. This should not exist like that. But anyways, when you enter the idle state, I'm telling you who I am, and I am not Heisenberg, and I'm telling you how fast you are, right? That's it. And then I call randomize wonder, which is this little function you see here, which does the magic. What it does first is tell you I'm not moving right now, my move speed is 0, I'm not moving, and you're going to, this line sucks, I know it makes no sense at first, it's probably so weird to look at, but what is it doing? It's creating a timer with a random value between 2 and 5. And it's a float value. A float value, it's a number with decimals, that's it. I don't know if you can see the comment here. A float is any number with decimals. An integer is a whole number, like this. This is wrong. Having decimals of any kind in an integer is wrong. Don't do that. In C++, which is more type safe, I think that's what they call this. Type safe, yeah. More strict with the types. If you try to assign a float value, a number with decimals to an integer, that's gonna break and it's gonna tell you, fuck you man, I don't want to do that. Here, I think it doesn't matter. Okay, yes, I think yes it does, there is the int type. This is the beauty of GDScript. You can make it type safe if you want. You can make it strict or more open-minded. For example, here, wonder time, this line. I'm telling it that it's a float. I can remove it, I can remove this, and it's still going to work just fine. But the moment, why, okay, why will I do this then, right? If it works without it, Why not just leave it like that? It looks better, it looks more clean, more empty, less text. It's quicker to read, it's more comfortable, right? But then that's when shit can get ugly in the future. If the game is too big, too complex, and there is a section where you need to be 100% sure that Wonder Time is a float, or better yet, an integer, because yes, an integer can break if you assign a 0.044 like this. Let me see. It will say, fuck you man, that's not right. No? Okay, probably it's like Java or Python, I think. This 4.00 is actually a 4 in this variable, and that can be problematic. Let's say you do a calculation and you need the number to be 4.5, right? Nothing else. If you assign this to a variable that is an integer, it should break. It should tell you there's an error here. I think it's not telling me right now because I think I have to fix the other books first. Let me see. Let me try this with something more here. Test float. I wanna see if it's type safe, because I think it's not anymore. Alright, yeah. For example, yeah, what happens if I print the number, right? What do we get? Four. You see that shit? That's bad. That can cause a lot of problems. A lot. Let's say you have a freaking function that moves the coordinates of a UI screen, and you need it to be decimal precise. If you do not follow a type safe philosophy, you might come across the problem that you declare something that should be something else, and the only way to know is to come here and read this, like movement speed should be a float and nothing else. That is what makes, in my opinion, what made programming so inaccessible for a long time. It made me think it was magic for a long time. The fact that a lot of the code you see, the way it's writing, is done that way for you to understand it more quickly and faster and better. It's not necessarily also for debugging. GDScript is not strict about it, but if this was C++, I think it will break. In C++ you cannot assign a float to an integer. I think it breaks. I think you can assign an integer to a float and use it in operations, in mathematics, linear expressions just fine, but not the other way around. and that's good. That's a good thing, because if it breaks, the program it's better to break it here than break it while you are working already in the real thing. Imagine this system was for an hospital or for an airplane, like fucking Boeing. You know, the problems, the controversies they have, probably because their code sucks. They don't have standards for quality, you know. And this is what it's all about. This is all about being so meticulous, so square, so clean on the details, so that it becomes easier for the future engineers to come and work on it, read it, understand, and see where the error might be coming from. And so yeah, that's what type safety is in programming. And it can be problematic here, for example, in Lucas. If this was an integer, he would look really choppy. How do you say choppy? Chop. Instead of moving smooth like this, I don't know, you can see that it makes no. He will move like this, you know, because he's jumping the decimals. He's not moving. He's jumping pixel by pixel. He's not moving smoothly. So it has to be a float. At least the position, not the movement speed, but you get the idea. The problems that not using these things can bring are not something you should ignore. I think it's really something you should care about a lot. And anyways, you can do it first without this. It's okay like this, right? It's fine, and you can leave that at the end when you document things. That's how I do it. I actually write like this first, because I don't know if movement is going to change, or philosophy, or whatever, the design. But this one is already done, so I know that movement speed has to be a float, no matter what. And that's good. So after creating the timer, it's going to run in another thread. This is another thing that confused me for a long time. How do computers read one file at a time? How do cooldowns work, right? Where is the timer? Like, you imagine the CPU as one single threaded, right? That's what they call it. And I am not 100% sure about multi-threading first. It's an advanced topic. I need to get more into it. I haven't mastered it. It's really difficult. But I feel like it works like that, kind of. It's just creating a timer that runs probably somewhere else and then gets called when it finishes. So when it finishes, this runs. That's what is happening. So when you enter the idle state, you enter here, then you enter randomized wander. In randomized wander, you read this, and then you have this timer who is telling you to wait from 2 to 5 seconds, a random number. Wait, and then after that time is over, read and do this. And that's it. And what is this doing? This is creating a vector for where to move. So because this game is 2D, How do I erase this shit? Seriously, how do I remove? Oh, okay, there you go. There we go. How do I clean you? We don't have a name for this. Oh my god. Okay. Oh shit, come on. Okay, can I change the color list because yeah, it's hard to look at. So what this is doing right here, this is pretty simple to understand. It's just telling you that right now I'm not moving at all, I'm idle. Then this is telling you to wait. A random number of seconds. That's the magic of almost all the video games. They're random number generator. This little motherfucker you see here has made you invest thousands of hours in the video games you play easily, dude. This tiny little shit you see right here is the magic that does everything, dude. You can choose any range of numbers to do it. From 0 to 20, like a 20 dice. Anything. Holy shit. Need some water. I'm losing my throat. That is all you need to create surprises and new things every time. And here in the move direction, what I'm doing is just creating this part is a vector 2, so it's pretty much just this, like a 0 0, or in this case it will be either a -1 up to 1, so it could be something like, I don't know, 0.87.6 blah blah blah. It goes longer than that, right? And here, this other little bad boy over here, oh my goodness, same from -1 to 1. That is yeah, like, I don't know, whatever, -0.9, I don't know. I think I don't need this because this is already in the range of ones. What normalize does is if your vector is like a 40 or 30, these coordinates can be translated here, like, let's say 40 is here, right, and 30 is here. So this vector, this bad boy over here, will be like here, and a vector is, it's like an arrow that looks like this. They are pretty special. They are different from your normal math. They are a little painful, but you get a hold pretty fast. Don't worry. They work a little different from traditional coordinates, but not here, not yet. Don't worry. What normalize is doing, this guy right here, I really need to know how to use the eraser. This is insane. What normalize is doing is just giving you the same vector but measure at maximum 101. That's it. How to explain that? I think I butchered it, but normalized I need a better painting system. Like, this shit sucks. Let me try again. How did I open the... Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna learn it for the next time. Let me see if there is a GIF that could do it, explain it better than me, because holy shit. Come on, what the hell? This is like the most basic. You should have at least one. Come on. You know what? Forget about it. Ask ChatGPT for this one, because I don't think I will be able to explain this one. It's not that way. It just reduces the size of the vector to be on the magnitude of up to 1 unit. Why did you send me here? I didn't ask for that. Okay, here it is. Yeah, this is it. So if I had 4030, it's saying that okay, the length of this vector will be something different, like this is the hypotenuse, I don't know how to call it in English, you know, the Pythagoras theorem, that shit that you saw in middle school. This is where it begins to come in hand, but it wasn't useless after all. So yeah, that's, let's say it's something like I don't know, it has to be the longest one, right? It has to be like, I don't know, 42, whatever. This gives something like, I don't know, let's say 1.5, because this is what it looks like. So it will be the same vector, but just small, at the size of 1. And that's really helpful for a lot of things, like the movement. Because, oh my god, I need to clean this again. Oh yes, I remember now. Okay, how do I clean this entire thing? Come on, man. There we go. Alright. What the hell? No, never mind. Come on, man. There is no way. There is no freaking eraser here. Like, come on, man. What? Okay. Alright. Fuck. Actually. Oh shit. Erase all drawings. Hold super E. Okay, there we go. That's all I need. That's all I need for. Beautiful. Now, in 2D we only have 2 coordinates, X and Y. It's like this. And what Lucas is doing right here, because this line is the entire magic of this whole thing you see here. This line is, these 2 lines are probably the most important ones, like this, and that's it. Like the rest is complete shit, garbage. So easy to understand. These are the most difficult to understand if you have never seen them before. But once you understand them, you already understand the entire system, the entire magic. There is no more magic to find out. Like, you already know what the fuck is happening in the video games. So What this is doing is pretty much just choosing a random location within this circle like this, right? A point could be a vector here, could be like this, be like this, be like this. It's telling it where to go, right? The direction, move direction, like the name says. You have to choose the best name possible for these things so people understand it more easily. It's also another skill you will need to develop in programming if you're getting to programming. Variable naming, it's so important, so important. I can name this like poo caca and it can work. Like I can fucking name all this shit with nonsensical bullshit names so people don't understand shit, and that way you protect your software, your application, your technology from thieves, from people who want to copy it, reverse engineer it. You make it harder for them to do that because they are gonna have to decipher what the fuck pupu caca is, and that's difficult because they are gonna have to come here and say, okay, what the hell is pupu caca, right? What the fuck is that shit? It's a vector, alright. That gives me a little clue. And here what we can see is doing this shit, so probably, I don't know, it's probably a move direction, right? That's how you do these things. Obviously it's much harder in things you are completely new to, you haven't experienced before or practice, but that's all software is. When you get hired into a new job in software, this is what you have to do. You have to guess what the hell is the variable for, and if it has a good name like move direction, which is clean, basic, concise, you understand that shit easily, and that means the program is easy to maintain, and that makes it cheaper for you as a CEO. If you are that guy, you know, you have to spend less money on less engineering time from your engineers because they can read the shit and understand it more quickly, and that's cheaper than having a guy spending hours trying to decipher what the fuck pupu caca is. So yeah, that's pretty much the magic of programming. It's just all it's literature. It's literature. It's like reading a book, like trying to understand what the message of the book is. You're reading Lord of the Rings. Some people say that the ring represents marriage. Marriage. How do you say that word? How I butcher it again? They say the ring represents Tolkien's fear of getting married. Stuff like that. Like there are so many parallels, subliminal languages, subliminal messages, or things that you can compare things to and make sense, especially movies, TV shows. Foreshadowing, for example, that's like, yeah, it's like deciphering the meaning, like what the hell is going on here. That's all it is. What the hell is going on here? I used to, and I'm saying this because I used to think that programmers or engineers, whenever they open any file and they saw this bunch of code in the screen, didn't matter what was it, if it was new to them or whatever. If I always thought that they knew what was going on instantly, automatically. Like the moment they open the file and they see the fucking code so massive right there. I used to think that they understand that shit in a second, all of it. But that's not the case. I've been learning that that's not the case, and actually, it's the complete opposite of that. It's always a constant fight with the code, making it better, making it faster, making it prettier. Naming variables is one of those important things here. So yeah, keep that in mind if you ever get interested into this. It's literature. If you like literature, if you like translating, if you like writing, I feel like programming can be like your secondary weapon easily. Like it can be a secondary weapon you have, something you can learn on the side, and you won't really struggle that much if you remove this fear, if you remove these weird ideas that I can do it, I can understand that shit, the fuck is going on. The more you make fun of those feelings, of those emotions, the more these things become easier. You just have to lie to yourself, trick your brain into believing that things are easy, instead of saying this shit is hard, this shit is impossible, I can't do it. Say the opposite, and this shit is easy, I can do it, this is so easy, if this guy did it, I can do it, what the fuck. Even if it's not true, like do it, just lie to yourself, because it actually works. It makes you process these things more easily. It's crazy. The human psychology, it's fucking dumb. I think it's fucking sucks. It's so fucking stupid how the brain works always against our will. Like, fuck, you're in class and it gives you a random erection. Like, why right now I had to go to the front, do a problem in front of everyone, and you give me a fucking boner right now? Like, what the hell is the what is your thought process, brain? Like, what the fuck is going on? Or you're trying to sleep, it's finally 2 a.m, it's time to go to sleep, you go to sleep, you close your eyes and you start thinking about all the fucking shit you did as a child that was so fucking cringy, and you can't sleep the same. Like, I don't understand why the fuck the brain is like that. Like, fuck him, fuck you, fuck you. But it is what it is, and you have to fucking fight it. It's human nature, I guess. I don't know, it has to do something with insecurity, to push you to be better, to practice, to do things. I don't know why the brain does it like this. It must have its reason. And it gets really hard here in programming, because programming, it's all about math, and math is not wrong. 2 plus 2 is 4. Not that bullshit that Iron Man actor is saying, like theology. What was the name of that shit? Theology. Fucking shit. He's saying that 1 plus 1 is, oh no, what was it? 0 plus 0 is 2? What the fuck? I don't care. I don't wanna waste my gigabytes on that shit. Math doesn't cares about your feelings. If something is wrong, it's wrong, and that sucks. That's when shit gets really ugly in programming. Finding that number, finding that tiny ass little motherfucker that is breaking the entire thing. But you do it, and you learn the most common pitfalls. You begin to see that there are patterns to how these things work, and there's just so much to it that it's like unlimited. You never stop learning here in software. There's never it's not going to end. Every day everyone is shuffling new fucking languages every day. But that's fine, because those pitfalls, those common problems are very, 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 very similar on every programming language. All of them. They are all the same shit. So it doesn't matter which one you choose to learn first, except if it's Python. I don't recommend starting with Python. I recommend starting with a low-level language. They have their difference, yes. But what I'm talking about is those pitfalls between them. C++ is a really good one because it's very, very strict. GDScript is a mix of both Python and C++, so it's less punishing. It's a little softer, and I think that's better for people who want to try game development. Because if you try something really hard like C++, okay, don't actually scratch that. Try C++ first if you want. It's a really good idea. Something more like Haskell or something like that. Those can become really weird. But anyways, learning these things, the mistakes, the type safety, everything will make you, in my opinion, I'm a junior engineer, but I have seen it from the professionals, how they do it. It's just do write it in a way that is easy to understand for someone who knows the language and knows the pitfalls, and that's it. Like this, I don't know, man. It's so open. It's so open field. There is no answer to this. But anyways, I am talking a lot about a lot of shit. I was explaining how Lucas moves, and that's it pretty much. You choose a direction after waiting a few seconds to simulate a little break, I can remove that and it will be fine. Look, let's do the shit. What happens if I remove the timeout, right? The timer. What should be happening is that he will move non-stop. He won't stop moving. See? And that doesn't look natural. That doesn't look convincing for this character. Dogs get tired. Humans get tired. They all have stamina, and it's limited. I'm planning to implement a stamina bar right down here that decreases your speed the more you use it. So it's going to feel more dynamic, more responsive to the check. The way I did it right now, after the refactor, depending on the speed of the character, is the speed of the animation as well. I like that a lot. I'm very happy with that, how that turned out. Because let me show you what I mean. Let me see if it works right here. Max sprint speed is 150. If I increase this shit to 550, he's going to move like Flash in the CW TV show. Look at that shit, yeah. So the speed of the animation relies on the speed of the character. That I like that a lot. He didn't have it before. It's something I did in the refactor. Holy shit. Oh my god. You get the idea, right? This the heads are, yes, okay. And that is being done here in the muscles, I think. Remember the muscles? Right here. Yeah, this is a magic formula. This bad boy right here is doing that. He's taking the max sprint speed, for example. Oh my god, this lag. Holy shit. It's calling for the entity's stamina stats. These ones. These ones every human has. Every human being in the world has these stamina stats in them. The capacity, the sprint rate, which is how much energy you consume when running. Regen rate, how long it takes you to catch your breath again. I feel like it should be faster than the sprinting rate, because I don't know if it happens to you, but when you run for a while, you get really tired, like fucking losing your fucking breath and everything. You're about to die, you're sweating so much. I don't know, but after like 1 or 2 minutes I feel fine again. Like I seen it on everyone else as well. Like 1 minute or 2 is what it takes for you to be breathing again normally, like this, right? Sure, maybe your muscles hurt. Like you can probably not run again because your legs hurt and you need to rest. However, I'm not going to simulate that in this video game. Muscle rate, I can do that with this. This is what this is doing actually. But it's going to be so fast. It's not going to be realistic. If I wanted it to be realistic, this is going to be super small number that will take days. Like in real life, it takes 1, 2, 3 days for you to rest and rebuild your muscles with protein, calories, carbohydrates, everything, right? Food, water. However, this is a video game that aims to be more arcade. More arcade is will sure being a little realistic about some things like that movement and the animation that's inside its realm. I guess this is the way to do it. And I might need to do that with the AI controller. What is the idle? Okay, here we are. So with that speed, right now it's so basic, it doesn't. I could make Lucas do the same thing like I was doing with my character, where it starts to move like the Flash. Look at this. Let me see if I can do it here. Yeah, let's double it down, right? Like, oh, what? 4? Yeah, look at that shit. I could play with his speed to control. Not this. This is the frames per second. This is a bad idea. What will be better to change will be the speed scale right here. This little bad boy right here. You put 100. He moves so quickly. He begins to look slower. He goes so fast that it looks slower because he's skipping frames. They are going so fast you don't see these frames, for example, and it looks like it's moving a little slower. It's crazy. So yeah, I'm gonna use that in the future, not now, to make the movement of all the entities work like my protagonist. The faster they move, the faster their animations move. I like how it looks, so I want to implement it. And why didn't I choose this to change the frames per second? Because that will increase the GPU overhead, and we don't want that. That's why a speed scale exists. So with no further ado, what happens here? Randomized wonder. Moving through. I need to remember how this works, so I can do whatever I want with it. Okay, all the time, every frame, he is calling move slide and handle animation. Handle animation is where? Right here. Okay, that's just literally just the animation. I don't need to care about it right now. I want to see what happens when it stops, when it finishes this. How is it moving? Constantly updating itself. Right. We have this function that runs every frame in the game. Ignore this. And it's constantly calling the update function from the current state. This one right here. And what is it doing is checking whether if wonder time, which is this one right here, is greater than 0, we have to reduce it. Otherwise, it means he's idle. he's not moving. I mean, yeah, he finished his wandering, so he's idle again, he's not moving. So we need to do it again, so we need to call randomized wander again. However, when does it stop? Okay, yeah. Calls it here, so it's going to stop it, wait, and move. When that moves, finishes, it does it again. It stops moving, waits, and chooses where to move and moves. Instead of checking this, I could also do this, I think. No, that will be absolutely wrong. It will never get out of there. It will never get in there, I think. I mean, yeah. I need to do it like this. What the hell is happening here? I don't understand. Anyways, this is where it begins to follow me, my protagonist, the character. So this is the distance I say should be his tolerance, his view distance, pretty much. I can make this bigger or smaller. That means he will be able to see further or less. And yeah, that's it. It's just checking the direction. It doesn't have to, like I said before, remember the area 2D, this little bad boy right here. It's common to think that, oh no, it crashed again, come on. Yeah, okay. Time to die, son. Actually, I'm gonna use just the collision shape. It's probably common to think that most of the AIs in the video games work like something like this. I mean, they just think that's the way they did it yesterday, but I forgot that there is a better way to do this. You probably imagine that they have this area around them, constantly checking whether they have touched or seen something of interest. But that's bad for the CPU, because you are constantly checking this area that requires memory, RAM, to check all the pixels inside this, or I don't know the method he uses to check the collisions, but I want to imagine it has to run some kind of algorithm that probably reads all the circumference or probably all the area. I don't know, I'm not really sure yet. I want to believe it's the entire area, because What is something pops up like, oh my goodness, why is it so big? Let's imagine this is a pickup item. It appear here like this. How do you know it's inside this area? And this is a bad way to do it, because I think this, if you use an area what you need to use for this, like this, if you can see the warning here, is because it wants a collision shape, which is this. And as you can see here, the area has a monitoring option, and this one sucks, because if you have too many of these working at the same time, that becomes heavy, very heavy. You have to check. I am sure they probably have ways to do it faster, optimization. If you have like, I don't know, probably, I don't know, I'm assuming this, if you have like two areas like this, it probably works like one big one, if they are the same type or something, I don't know, to save time from checking every pixel inside this circle just to see if it collides with another pixel. And this is something that is doing every frame, and it's scary. It feels like the game is so heavy that like shit is not going to run anywhere. But don't worry, you can actually use thousands of those with no problem. Well, right now, as things are right now, they are pretty well optimized. However, you can do better, and that's what you should do in video game development, because every megabyte, every single megabyte counts. And here, instead of checking every tiny pixel inside that circle, inside that collision shape, I'm just checking whether this number length is bigger or not than 200. And that's it. And I'm not sure about this, but being the first condition to check, and having an AND here, I don't know if the compiler is smart to say, okay, if this is false, this is also false, so let's not do it, you know, let's not waste time checking this. We already know this is going to be false, because that's how ANDs work. The OR is different, right? This can be true or false, and that's another story. Alright, I'm gonna have to refactor this because it sucks, it looks bad. I don't like it, parent. I don't like to use this ever. It can create a lot of problems. Get parent sucks because it has, imagine this is the script, right, the state matching. Get parent is calling for Lucas right now. Lucas is the parent of state machine. State machine is the parent of idle. So if you are in idle, like right now, this is returning the state machine right now. The get parent right now here in idle, in this piece of code, is calling for state machine. If I do get parent, I will be on Lucas right now. this is equal to being here with Lucas. And that sucks because let's say you move the state machine inside somewhere else, that's going to break all this. Every line that has a get parent is going to break because now the parent is someone else and you didn't design this thinking on that guy. So yeah, I need to make this better somehow, if it's possible. Everything is possible, so yeah. Anyways, when it's so close to the player, it calls for follow, the follow state right here. It calls actually for the travel, right? Transition, yup, which is assigned here. Wait, no, where is it? Huh. Okay, yeah, I see. Here it is. This is like a blueprint more. It's telling you the structure of this class state, what it has, and how it should be. It might look a little weird because they seem empty, like they do nothing, but the idea of this file is to tell you how a state should be, what a state should have. For example, idle, the idle state. What the hell is the dog state? What did I do here? Oh my god, yeah, the dog state, that's inherits from the state. I don't think I need to do this. I probably can move this to Lucas it himself. I'm gonna see. I need to refactor this. The point is that the idle state is a state like this one, and so it should have these bad boys. Enter update state process. Whoa. And exit. Okay, it can skip the exit. Yeah, you can skip whichever you want, depending on the design you need. But every state must have these 4 methods. Yes or yes, and this is the way to do it. This is like the default, do nothing, but you have it. You have the exit, just does nothing. So in the transition, it's assigned, which is probably being listened by the state machine if I'm not wrong. Yeah, here we go. He connects every child with that transition signal, and then here it is on child transition, right? Yeah, on child transition. I'm actually going to make it underscore. That underscore means nothing. It only means that you should ignore, like, this. Functions are functions that the engineer who wrote them doesn't want you to pay too much attention to, because they are already very basic or finished. It's like a function that it's so small or not insignificant, but like it's weird, like how it's treated, but let's keep it that way so it looks consistent. So anyways, whenever there is a transition, the idle is telling me I want to transition myself to the follow. And here is it saying if the state is different from the current state, return. That's a little weird, but I can see why. Here I'm changing his name to lower capital so there are no mistakes if you write it like follow or even like follow. Like this will work thanks to that. Lower to lower. If that state doesn't exist, it's the get. Right, this is a dictionary. Here it is. Okay. This dictionary is pretty much registering all these states here, yeah, which are only two here, idle and follow. So that's what it has in there. And here checking the new state you want to transition to, which is follow exists. Here. Because if it doesn't, you should return. If it otherwise, I don't know why they check, but it's for security most likely. Sometimes they seem a little redundant or unnecessary, but they are there to be extra safe because the possibility of error is there. So yeah, whatever this calls for exit if the current state exists, and then after that finishes, enter the new state, which will be follow in this case, and then it calls the update current state, which is very simple, just one line. The current state is now this state follow. It's not idle anymore. And that means Lucas is now running on here. And I had a glitch here, I forgot about it. I'm gonna see what is it about. And this is it. This is the magic for following me. Just get my global position. That way you can get the direction, see the distance, make sure you're still inside my allowed distance to follow you, otherwise I should stop following you. Finally, if the direction is too big, stop, right? Okay, this is for something different. This is for Yeah, this is gonna take a little more time. But yeah, I think I'm ready to get to work on this next time. I'm gonna take a break because holy shit, I think this is too long now. I didn't knew I was going to talk so much. I didn't have to, but goddamn, I enjoy explaining this to you and to myself. I hope it was understandable and helpful somehow. Some of the tips, maybe take whatever is useful to you and use it, and whatever isn't, forget about it. Jeez. Okay. Anyways, thanks for watching. I'm gonna leave it right there. I need to eat and take a break. My neck hurts, my throat, everything hurts. So thank you everyone for being here, and see you